The February 4th, 2026 meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Education will come to order. As is our practice, this meeting will be recorded. I note that Marco Chavez, Deputy Superintendent, Educational Services Division, is attending on behalf of Superintendent McGee this evening. Thank you. The board provides remote access for members of the public and welcomes community members joining in person and remotely. The board is following the requirements of Senate Bill SB 707, which enables remote participation by board members only under specific circumstances. We use simultaneous interpretation in Spanish for those attending virtually through the end of public comment. Translation will continue further into the meeting if people are utilizing the channel. Thank you to our interpreters, Ana Cruz and Kimberly Larios, for joining us remotely. For meeting attendees wishing to access the Spanish translation channel on Zoom, please click on the interpretation button on the menu bar, and that we ask speakers to be mindful of the Spanish interpretation and speak slowly and clearly. Item 1B is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So second.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the agenda made by Trustee O'Neill and a second by Trustee Gerard. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion passes with a vote of 7-0 and the agenda for tonight's meeting has been approved. Item 2 is public comment. Guidelines for public comment are available on the SMCOE website and in board docs and on the table outside the boardroom in both English and in Spanish. For speakers who require Spanish interpretation, our interpreters, Ms. Cruz and Ms. Larios, will interpret following each speaker's comments. At this time, members of the public may provide comment for topics that are not included on the approved agenda. The County Board of Education does not act upon any matter that has not been agendized, except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. It is the policy of the County Board to refer matters raised in this forum to the superintendent for investigation and/or action where appropriate. Deputy Superintendent Chavez, do we have any comments submitted prior to the meeting for topics not on the approved agenda?
No items were submitted.
Awesome, thank you. Speakers are invited to make live comment and will have 3 minutes to speak. Please make sure to keep within the time limits. To make a comment over Zoom, members of the public may use the raise hand feature. Instructions for using this feature are provided as an attachment in the board packet. Once the hand is raised, please wait to be acknowledged by Deputy Superintendent Chavez. Deputy Superintendent Chavez, are there any members of the public attending remotely who wish to make a comment at this time for topics not on the approved agenda?
I don't see any raised hands at the moment.
Thank you. Members of the public may also provide live comment in person. Deputy Superintendent Chavez, are there any submitted cards for topics not on the agenda? Oh, sorry, I think that's a here to us.
No cards were submitted.
Thank you. Public comment addressing a specific agenda item will be heard after the board's discussion on the item. If members of the public wish to speak to a specific agenda item, then please use the raise hand feature when the item is announced, or if in person, submit a card in advance of the item. Cards can be found on the table outside of the boardroom and given to a staff member when completed. Item 3A is the January 2026 Employee of the Month, George Remit, teacher, multiple disabilities, orthopedic impairments, Special Services, Educational Services Division. Will George please join me in the middle of the room? Hey, I saw you taking your photos outside, so great. So each month, the board and the superintendent recognize an employee for providing outstanding service. For the month of January 2026, we recognize George Remit, teacher, multiple disabilities, orthopedic impairment, Special Services, Educational Services Division. George joined the county office in January of 2006 as an RSP teacher. From 2006 through 2025, he served as a teacher of math, science, social studies. And after a long tenure with the core and community schools, George is new to the K through 22 program, currently serving in a classroom with severely orthopedically disabled nonverbal high school age students. From day one, his classroom was set up for optimal instruction. He spent the first few weeks of school taking time to get to know the staff, the students, and families, and fully embraced a new curriculum, which he modified for every student. One aspect of his curriculum is a cooking program where each student has a communication device designed for their individual needs. And there are switches and large buttons hooked up to the cooking equipment and watering cans, and students can answer questions and initiate conversations. Every student participates in each phase of the lesson, regardless of their level of mobility. And one student activates the can opener by operating an adapted switch with her tongue to open a can of peaches. Another student uses a switch hooked up to a pitcher of water to measure out a cup of liquid. And for George, the lesson is not complete until every student participates. And this is just one heartwarming example of his creativity and ingenuity. So George is one of the first teachers to arrive in the morning and one of the last to leave in the afternoon. He is in front of the students from the beginning until the very end of the day. And in his classroom, everyone has smiles on their faces and students are fully engaged in their activities. So everyone is clearly having fun, laughing, and working hard. He teaches with proper voice tone inflection, is incredibly animated, and effortlessly makes learning fun for his students. I wish I was in your class. But according, I will, I promise. According to his team, George is dedicated, passionate, creative, patient, adaptable, and calm. He maintains a structured classroom environment, modeling strong communication, kindness, empathy, and exceptional organizational skills. He collaborates effectively with classroom paraeducators, school nurses, and staff to create consistent support systems. George is resourceful and seeks to expose his students to various subjects, current events, and community-based learning opportunities to help them reach their full potential. In summary, George is amazing and a model teacher. So we are proud of our county office staff and are pleased to recognize George for his outstanding work. Congratulations to George for being named Employee of the Month for 2026 of January. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, I may. Good evening, Board President Torres, members of the board and audience, and Deputy Superintendent Chavez, and hopefully Superintendent Nancy McGee as well. Greetings, and for Superintendent Nancy McGee, sending my heartfelt thoughts and prayers. I know you supported me in all my time here at Canyon Oaks and prior to that, so thank you and wishing you full recovery. So going ahead, got my mom, 94 next month, and my father-in-law is 90, and my sister Rachel, and my wife, who's a teacher at Ann Campbell Center. So awesome job. So being here, I am very honored to receive this Employee of the Month. It means a lot. I'll be honest, I was very surprised that I won this award. It's my third time, so it's like, I mean, a lot of dedicated people that work in this county. But I wouldn't be here without these people. The first is always my wife, Mary Dell Remid. She's always been supported, and someone's asked who's the better special ed teacher. When I first met my wife, I was starting out. Mary Dell was like bit of the OG, so she's the better special ed teacher, just to put that to rest. Okay. Much gratitude goes when I made decision to transfer from Canyon Oaks. I appreciate Sarah Notch, Chris Schaus, and Dr. Jesus Menes for supporting the change, and I'm glad Dr. Menes followed me to Student Services Division. You're doing a great job, Jesus. So I just want to let you know that. And also, I want to thank the people there at Canyon Oaks, the BHR team, my past para, Jose, and I know he's holding down the fort there along with Misty, the new teacher there. So thank you again. And I want to say, at Palos Verdes, I really appreciate the support, especially my fellow teachers there, Mary and Debbie, who have been welcome and inclusive, and for our psychologist, Tracy, and school nurse, Greg. And of course, I want to thank the parents of my students. They have been very supportive, and they express so much gratitude that it really keeps me wanting to strive to do better for their kids as well. But when I look at this award, I want to dedicate it to my staff, my paraeducators. I know in the past I've had Carrie and Rhonda come through, and I got new ones, Edith and Peter here. And of course, the ones who helped me when I first came in, and I learned a lot from them. So thank you, Amy, Don, Mark, and Sylvia. So when I look at this award, I think about you guys. With regards to my program, I strive to develop my students' communication. If they are able to communicate better, they are more independent. Yes, my students may not speak, but I feel they still have a voice. And so I want to again thank you, the Board of Education. It means a lot to me, and thank you, everybody.
Moving on to item 4A.
President Torres.
Oh, yes.
There is a hand up. I don't know if we are beyond that part of the agenda online.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to acknowledge it? Yeah. Okay. Jack Torres, you're welcome to speak.
Oh, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Oh, hello. I am Danielle Torres and I am Jack Torres's mom. Troy and I are here and we're listening and we're watching this, and we just wanted to say how much we love George.
Congratulations, George.
Thank you, George, for everything you do.
George.
Jack comes home every day so happy. And when I've gone down there and seen you guys, you're a kick. You really get those kids in a great mood. So we just want to thank you. And Jack is here, and Jack's been listening and smiling away. So thank you, George.
Can you unmute and you may speak? Jack?
Oh, we're
Oh,
done.
there.
Sorry.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Out of all my times doing these and being on the board, I think this is the first time we have like a parent chime in. So I think that speaks volumes to your leadership, and it's amazing. And they have a beautiful last name too. But thank you. Moving on to item 4A, we have the minutes of the special board meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the December 15th, 2025 special board meeting as presented?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the minutes of the December 15, 2025 special board meeting made by Trustee O'Neill and a second by Trustee Alvaro. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion passes with a vote of 7-0, and the minutes of the December 15, 2025 special board meeting have been approved. For item 4B, is there a motion to approve the minutes of the December 17th, 2025 regular board meeting as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? Thank you. There's a motion to approve the minutes of the December 17th, 2025 regular board meeting made by Trustee Gerard and a second by Trustee O'Neill. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion passes with a vote of 7-0, and the minutes of the December 17th, 2025 regular board meeting have been approved. For item 4C, is there a motion to approve the minutes of the January 14, 2026 regular board meeting as presented? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. There is a motion to approve the minutes of the January 14, 2026 regular board meeting made by Trustee Love and a second by Trustee Arias. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion passes with a vote of 7-0, and the minutes of the January 14th, 2026 regular board meeting have been approved. Item 5 is the consent agenda. The consent agenda is not debatable and requires a unanimous vote for passage. An item may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular order of business for separate discussion and action if any member of the board, the superintendent, or the public so requests. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Thank you. There is a motion to approve the consent agenda made by Trustee O'Neill and a second by Trustee Alvaro. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion passes with a vote of 7-0, and the consent agenda has been approved. For item 6A, Jared Prolo, Executive Director, Research and Systems Planning, will present the 2025 California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, also known as our CASP, and the 2025 California School Dashboard.
Good evening, Board President Torres and members of the board. I'm happy to present the dashboard. It is not the normal time that we do this. There's been some other business that's gotten in the way, but one advantage is that about 2 weeks ago, we finally had a complete dashboard because things had been added to it. And so it's my pleasure to be able to present all of those things today. That includes an overview of the California School Dashboard. The thing that was added 2 weeks ago is the growth model data. And this is the first time that California has reported that publicly. So we'll go over a little bit about that. And then a few of my observations of the countywide trends. Just a little bit of a reminder about how the dashboard works. Every indicator that the state uses is measured both on a status band of how students are performing in the current most recent year, which for most of these indicators would be the 24-25 school year. And then it's compared to how that's changed from prior years. I have included some additional slides at the back of the presentation that was provided that has more detail as far as what exactly each of those measures are and which years they come from, if you want to refer to that. It is assigned a color. Typically, blue is the best, green, yellow, orange, and red, showing the combined indicator of how groups are performing both in terms of status and their change, either positive or negative from the prior year. The growth model is the new part. One of the things, it's just for the ELA and math assessments, and it's reported on a different 5-color band that has the sort of ordinal color system that is a little bit mixed up. The way that they're doing it is they're providing an expected growth score. So they take the prior 2 years of test scores for all the students across the state, and they calculate what the sort of expected growth would be for the next year. And then individual student scores are compared to that growth target, and the growth target is associated with their score from the prior year. So not all scores will have the same growth target, but it is tailored sort of individually, and then all of that growth is aggregated to provide the sort of indicator of the sort of minimal, moderate, average, advanced, or exceptional growth. The model, there's many ways to do this. And the model that California used, which has been in debate at the SBE for probably about 2 or 3 years now, is really only designed to be valid at the demographic level. It's not an indicator that's useful at all for individual students. The other thing that is about the California model, it doesn't take into consideration any factors beyond test scores. There is no demographic influence or anything else. It's just test scores. This is different than some other models that some of our trustees may be used to, like the core districts that do take into account those sorts of demographic factors in terms of calculating what the expected growth would be. And then finally, we do have to recognize that California is one of the last states to implement growth model. Almost every other state as part of their accountability system have some sort of aspect of expected growth as part of the accountability system, and we're one of the few that do not. Just a little reminder on how we like to use this. This is large-scale summative data. It takes place over an entire year. It's compared to some things that happened 3 years ago. These are aggregate scores, and so we really want to use this to generate questions. We're not going to find a lot of answers in this data. And so asking good questions is what we'd like to see. And so we might look at something like the sort of equity report here that shows where student groups land in different bands and say like, oh, this school is in the green for English language arts. That's good. And then we look at that equity report in the bottom and be like, wow, that's interesting. It looks like these student groups are having a very different experience at this school, with many of them maybe being well served and some of them being less well served. Might ask, how are they experiencing school differently? So one of the things about the charts is that the dashboard is intentionally designed not to be very comparable or aggregatable. They want you to look at one district or one school at a time in order to ask those good questions and drive inquiry. So I try and be creative about how to aggregate the data to show what overall trends might be. So these charts, they're definitely vibes charts. Like, this isn't something to like dig down deep. It's sort of high level. Let's sort of get a sense of where the dots are sort of landing and generally what's happening. I've plotted every single student group in every single district and school in the county. The size of the dot is the size of the student group. So this is all like all students, but also things like Hispanic, Latino, white, Asian students, students with disabilities. Each of them are plotted on here. It is their actual status number and change on the English language arts assessment, plotted on the two axes, the status being vertical, the change being horizontal. And then I put two guidelines to show sort of where the bottom of the standard MET line is, and then the zero change line. And so we would like to see students more in the upper right-hand quadrant, where they're experiencing both positive change and meeting standard or exceeding it. And you can see each of those, where they kind of land in each of those four quadrants. The color is the same color that the student group will appear on the dashboard. And so you kind of, when reading these charts, we want to get a sense of like, okay, where is the data clustered? Where is it sort of centered? What is the shape of it? And for the ELA assessment, it's very centered. Is kind of it's kind of along that like right in the middle sort of thing. There is a little bit of separation where you see like a bimodality of like a tighter cluster of students up in that middle blue range, and then a tighter cluster of students down in that red range with little change. And that is that sort of separation that we sometimes see about how students are experiencing school differently. And yeah, kind of get a sense of like what's going on there. The chart on the right is something I'm trying new. I'm not sure if it works or not, so feedback welcome. It is the status last year on the left, traced to the status on the right. And the one thing I think is interesting about this one is that it does sort of show, like, if you look at the very top, those very highest performing students are actually in the green this year because they saw a decline, they saw a negative change from the prior year. And so kind of seeing where the lines are tracing, are they kind of trending more up, more down, and just kind of, again, vibes as far as what the general effect is across the county. The ELA growth data kind of backs up what the chart says. It's kind of in the middle. We have most of the students almost like a normal distribution, about centered about medium growth in that regard. Mathematics is a little more tightly clustered. Again, more centered around little growth, maybe a little bit sort of tilted towards the positive growth is a little bit of how I would read this. And that is kind of what I see from the trace on the right as well. It kind of moves a little bit up more than it moves a little bit down, just sort of as a general reference. And the growth data actually shows even more than that. It would indicate that we are very much skewed towards exceptional or new enough, I don't remember what the fourth indicator is called, but on the higher end of the growth scale. And so this is a really interesting chart in my mind, because it's not usual that you would see growth data really sort of pushed towards one end or the other. And so seeing a lot of positive growth data is an interesting result. Science is also on the dashboard. Again, the growth data and the science data is information only. It's not part of any of the accountability systems, but it is included on the dashboard along with all of the other information that's on there. And our science data, which remember, as a reminder, is 5th, 8th, and high school, is more scattered. It's less centered than some of the other things. We see a little bit more variability in the science assessment so far. We would kind of expect that in a way because this is a assessment that changes the entire group of students who take it every year. Because it happens only at those 3 times, it's an entirely different set of students every single year. So you would actually kind of expect to see a higher degree of variability. A chronic absenteeism is something that I highlighted in the presentation last year, where if you recall, last time we talked about how countywide we saw a tremendous decrease in chronic absenteeism, which was outstanding. And I was sort of left to saying, like, I am hoping that we see this sort of thing continue because it is really difficult to sustain major improvements year after year after year. Fortunately, while the improvements are not as profound as they were last year, improvement did continue to happen. And so this number continues to come down, and with a lot of student groups coming closer to that target performance level. There is still, as you can see on the chart, many student groups with very high chronic absenteeism rates, but the bulk of those dots are getting pulled down closer to where we would have target rates. Long-term English learner progress. This is the assessment that shows how students are improving on the LPAC. And so it's actually a 3-year thing because it's comparing a change in 2 years to a change in a different 2 years. It's a little bit trickier to trace. It is reported both for English learners and for long-term English learners, students who have been designated as English learners for 7 years or more in our school systems. So they're both represented up here, which means it will be double counted because every single long-term English learner is also still an English learner for reporting purposes. On this chart, you can see the largest groups are actually more towards that negative side. We see more dots and more weight over on the left-hand side, seeing sort of a decline in change. And again, that's a change in change, which is sometimes a little bit tricky to trace. But that is a little bit of kind of negative data countywide that we see there. Graduation rates in our county continue to be very, very high for the most part, with some student groups who are still at significantly lower graduation rates than others. And you can kind of see that split that happens on this chart. Suspension rate. This is one area that we kind of saw a little bit of a loss of progress. And I think this is one, I thought this would happen with chronic absenteeism. It more happened for suspension rate, that it wasn't that suspension rate went up a lot. It's that we saw a lot of improvement and then we kind of held it, which because you get rewarded for positive change, if you then don't change, you actually kind of slide back a column. And so it's a little bit of what happened with suspension rate. A college and career indicator, which takes into account the multi-dimensions of what is considered to be prepared for college and career. It's a complex indicator that we do like to look at because it rewards a variety of ways of meeting it. I will say that in our county, a vast majority of students still meet it through the assessment and A through G completion means, and not some of the other alternative means that are available. But as you can see, lots of blue, lots of green, especially the larger student groups in the county. So this is generally positive information and a lot of positive change in this regard. This chart is aggregating all of the level changes for all of the student groups across the county. And so you can get at one glance kind of how is this year's dashboard compared to last year's dashboard. The changes are going to be small for the most part, but we see positive and negative changes. Our academic indicators are generally for almost every student group improving. We see that chronic absenteeism is sort of in that mixed range, which is actually, again, I think just fine because of huge increases in prior years, or I shouldn't say increases, huge improvements in prior years. And then we also see that suspension rate declining a little bit. The one thing I want to kind of call attention to is the difference between CASP scores, dashboard indicators, and growth model, because if we look at that math column, The math column is improved, but it's not really substantial. And when we looked at the CAST scores, it's also improved, but not really substantial. But the growth model really does suggest that there is substantial growth in mathematics across the county. And I think that's one of the things that we're going to have to look at. The growth model is 2 weeks old. And so we don't have a lot of time. We haven't had a lot of time to really dig into how we can use that and what we can do with it. But it is going to be one of those areas that we look into a lot in the future, because when we see these different lenses on the same data and they're not telling us exactly the same thing, that's oftentimes a really nice place to gain additional insight as to what's actually going on. So just recapping the countywide trends, I think there's still continued improvement in chronic absenteeism. There's continued improvement in academic indicators. It's slow, but it's something that we're holding on to and continuing to build on, which is positive. We maintained improvement in grad rate and college career indicator. There was an increase in suspension rate, slight increase, and that was shown in the data. The growth data suggests a lot more math improvement than past measures have suggested, which is positive. And then the last thing I'll highlight, and this is something that doesn't appear until you dig in deeper, is that we do still have a lot of technical issues making some of this data not as reliable as we would like. Some schools are still getting penalized for participation rate, where the score that's being reported is not how the students are scored, it's artificially reduced because they're not meeting their required participation rates. There are some aspects still of poor data keeping and reporting, and it does make it a little bit trickier to rely on the data because it's not as clean or as trustworthy as we would like it. So that I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any comments or questions from the board? Trustee Alvaro?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jared. I just want to wrap my head around something we've touched on in the past, but of course everything changes. So, which is that if there's a very small group, a very small number of students in a particular group, a movement of one student getting suspended once is going to be a major leap for that group. Is that still true?
Yeah, that is true. And kind of just to remind, the breakpoints are really affects foster youth and homeless students, because they can be as low as 15 and have their number reported. Most student groups are at 30, and it still is a big impact there. California actually changes the method for the 5x5 dashboard. It's actually a 3x5 for student groups fewer than 150. So we really actually need about 150 students in a group to get that sort of stability level.
Okay. And so are some of the students still getting counted in two separate groups? So again, because they have multiple demographics for that particular student. So if one student were to have one chronic absenteeism or one suspension or something, or something really good for that matter, it could really shift the whole chart, right?
That is correct, and it is in that like sort of 15 to 30 range, 2 or 3. Usually it takes more than one student to make it drastic, but 2 or 3, and yeah, it could make it pretty significant.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to get my head around all of it. Thank you very much.
Trustee Lev?
Thank you. Thanks for that presentation. I feel like I have a lot more to learn about this new growth model. 2 questions. One on long-term English language learners. What is your assessment of how those students are doing in our schools? I know that's a measure you've always said, keep your eye on that one.
And I actually have maybe stepped that back a little bit, because I really liked the old designation, like the old categorization for long-term English learners, because there used to be another term, which was 6+ years not long-term English learner, which was sort of confusing. But what it meant was it wasn't just have you been designated an English learner for 7 years. It was, have you been an English learner for this long, and are you not making progress on the LPAC? And if you were making progress, you were taken out of that long-term English learner pool, which is why I thought it was such a good indicator in the past, because even though it was confusing to construct, it really told you exactly who was not being served by our ELD practices. Now that it's just that 7-year, it's actually not as helpful to me as a tool. It was a requirement for us to sort of simplify it because the old system had weird business rules and a whole bunch of designations and was difficult to understand. But that sort of complexity made it more useful to us as practitioners. And so I think it's still really interesting because we do want to say, like, we've been in receiving services for 7 years. We would like to see movement towards reclassification in English proficiency. But the sort of promotion that I've done in the past, it's not as good as it once was.
Thank you. I do listen. So the second question, I think, is probably the same thing I asked last year. So you look at the graduation rates and the college career ready, and they're very, very high, right? So you feel like this county is nailing it, right? Really great data. And then you sometimes see the math and the science and the language arts, and they don't look as impressive. So what's that story? Because, people get all depressed when they see those records and the kids, but large percentages of them are graduating and are college career ready.
The college and career indicator was really started kind of as a response to the fact that graduation rate had sort of lost some of its utility as a measure for how well we were preparing students. And the college and career indicator wanted to bring more aspects. Okay, well, let's look at how they're doing on AP. Let's look how they're doing on A through G completion. Let's look how they're doing on CTE course completion. Because there are more ways to meet that standard, which I think is really positive. It may not sync up with any one of the other assessments because it is using different data sources, which I think is a positive thing. Also, one of the things that happens is the actual criteria and cut scores are, if we're really being honest, they're chosen based off of statewide performance, which is why if you look at the the cut ranges for mathematics, they're actually lower than the cut ranges for English language arts because statewide the performance on mathematics is a little bit lower. So there is some aspect of that where our expectations for college and career readiness, the percentage is quite a bit lower than grad rate and maybe lower than what we would actually want for our students. So I think that's the next step of it is not just, oh, color is green, color is blue, we're happy. It's that like let's look at these numbers and is this the outcomes that we want for our students?
Other comments or questions from the board? Trustee Benini?
Thank you for the presentation. I have two questions around the growth model. One is there are certain dots and things where you're showing there is, and also on the chart where you show a decline. So are they capturing the declines within the minimal dark purple band? Is that where we're seeing it?
It's a little different than that because it's an aggregate, like they'll say if you scored a 2550 and the prior year was a 2462, then we expect you to have this score. And then they take the students or at that score and say like, okay, how did you compare to that? And then they aggregate it together, which means it's not necessarily going to line up with any of the other charts because it is not a change. It's a growth target.
Oh, it's based on a target.
Yeah.
So it's not showing like there is growth, because I was going to say it doesn't, it's great that we're looking at growth, but then what happens if there isn't? So I hear what you're saying. So, okay, thank you. And then my second question is when you're looking at those sections, minimal or whatever it is, moderate, average, accelerated, and exceptional, like how do they, is it like a standard deviation? What is the cut point or whatever you said for the other thing is, how do they tell you where you are?
Put the cut scores, I would have to go back and look at ETS's presentation to SBE. Okay. It's actually, I think, different depending on the size of the student group and there's actually two different weightings that happen depending on student group size. It does get pretty complex pretty fast, and so I don't have that.
Okay,
off the top
that
of my
makes sense, but I was just curious if you think it looks like what they would look for in targets, like a bell curve, like because it's 5. I don't know. It just made me think.
There is going to be some normalization because again, we're taking all of the results for the entire state to build the model,
Yeah.
even though it is, and then applying a regression to that. So there, because central limit theorem, there is going to be some kind of normalization, but it won't be exactly a bell curve.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Alvaro?
I just had a quick question. Has there been any change in the way graduation rate is calculated? So it's same old, 9th grade, you get through 12th, you've graduated. They're not talking about.
With the 5-year cohort included. So yeah, so it is a 5-year cohort. So it's, and if you look at the reference slides at the back, it sort of calls out like which class is counted with each one, but it is just the 5-year. So it's not including.
So we're not looking for kids that we lost early on. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Gerard?
Thank you for the report. Looks like it's really tough to put together. But I have a question. When you were saying that you didn't think some of the data may be quite as accurate as it should be because of technical difficulties, what kind of technical difficulties are there?
And I don't know if I can get the presentation put back up, if that's possible. There's something that caught my eye this year that I was like, it's like, oh, how did I miss that last year? And I think it's a good example of this. And so we are on the chronic absenteeism slide, and it might be small, but do you see that string of red dots that makes a perfect line on the right-hand side? That's a weird thing to happen. And so how does that happen? That is a school that reported 0 chronic absenteeism last year, the 23-24 school year. And so they're now in the red because they're back to reporting what actual data is. So they've had this huge increase. And that's essentially the maximum increase that school could have, which is why they're all on a perfect line. And so did they have 0 chronic absenteeism 2 years ago? Probably not. And so can we use this data for that school to drive inquiry? Not at all. And that little things like that, keep on cropping up in various places.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee O'Neill?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jared. So in reading the cover memo, this says that this is the performance of LEAs, local education agencies, schools, and student groups, correct? In San Mateo County.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so assuming you've now identified issues in terms of the good performance of different schools and their test scores, et cetera, but you've also identified some that are having some issues where the kids maybe are not, reaching the preferred scores. Can you extrapolate that and do an overlay to show, is there a relationship between the funding of that school district and the results of these tests? And also, is there a way to see, is absenteeism also an impediment to some of the test scores given to that?
Yeah. So I will say that there is a huge body of research, and oftentimes our data confirms that absenteeism does significantly impact student performance in other areas in school. The funding one is a little bit trickier, and I think we're not going to, in 1 year's data, be able to sort of construct that together because of the complexity of it. Somebody who's done a ton of really great work is actually Dr. Jesse Levin, who is a former trustee of Pacifica. He actually is a PhD economist who worked for AIR. He's done a lot of work and really looked at what the sort of adequate levels of funding might be to sort of meet minimum standards. And it still has turned out to be correlative, but not super causative, if that makes sense. Like there is a general sense that funding is moderately correlated with student performance, but it is not very tight. So it's mixed, and that tells us that there's a lot of complex factors. Funding could be one of them, but it's not sort of the slam dunk connection.
Well, what I'm kind of getting at is, okay, we've discovered that there's a problem with those areas that are in the lowest quartile. Okay. Can we identify what makes the upper quartile successful and try to replicate? Is it the education of the teachers? Is it the longevity of the teachers? Is it salary scale? Is it funding? Is it the condition of the building and the educational environment to try to get that quartile high, that made that quartile high and this other quartile low, so that we could try to replicate it from the higher performing districts down to the lower performing districts, and not in a punitive way, but as coaching? Because the question I would ask is, you've identified problems, you've seen there's these issues, what next? What is the county office going to do to try to fix and improve the scores in the lower quartile?
So one of the things that we do with this is we sort of like my early slides, we go into inquiry and see like, okay, we're seeing this phenomena happen, or we're seeing this split, we're seeing these things. Like, then we're starting, why? Like, what, like, can we start digging down to some root causes? What are some of the conditional influences? What are some of the practices? What are some of the barriers that we can identify for students accessing? Executive Director Dardanelle's department does a lot of that work with school districts on a systems level to give them support and guidance and coaching to ask those questions, which really need to be context dependent on the school, because it's not what we see oftentimes is these best practices may be highly effective in one context, but you bring them into another school and the community's not exactly the same. The students aren't exactly the same, and it's not as effective, even though it really was a best practice over here, which is why we really want to do that inquiry sort of in context with the practitioners and the parents and the students, and then build prototypes and go through a whole improvement process, which has been really successful with things like chronic absenteeism. We're having seeing a lot of success with a regional cohort, or working on issues with long-term English learners that from all over the counties in the Bay Area are working together on that this year. And so we are doing that work, but it is hard and messy work, and really contextual to the situation that the students are in.
But let's say you have, some idea of what's successful in this quartile, and you try it down in the lower quartile, and let's say it doesn't work, but there must be something in another criteria that might work down here. I mean, because the kids are there once, okay, in third grade or whatever, all right? And you need to try to help them get to that better quartile by trying as many arrows as you got in your quiver. And does the county office facilitate that?
Well, we do in ways, and we really try and make it supportive and sustainable, because if we use all the arrows in the quiver at once, we're not going to have any arrows left.
Right.
And so, part of it is, can we be resourceful? Can we find the things that match the root causes that we're identifying? Can we prototype, and then can we make it permanent? Because what I've seen a little bit too much in my 20 years in education is we throw a ton of resources at something, it really actually does work, and it's like, okay, great, we did it, and then we move on to the next thing, and then it disappears because we don't support it anymore.
Right, it needs to be sustainability. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Other comments or questions from the board? Any from the public?
None from the public.
Thank you for the presentation and the update. There is no action to take on this item. For item 6B, Sarah Notch, Executive Director, Educational Innovations will provide a report on the non-tactical portion of the 2025 to 2026 Comprehensive School Safety Plans for San Mateo County Office of Education student programs.
Good evening, Board President Torres, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Chavez. I'm here tonight, as you mentioned, to present part 1 in open session and part 2 in closed session of our comprehensive school safety plans for all of our school programs. And this is an annual requirement where we need to ensure that we've updated the plans, that we've engaged with different interest holders, including staff, parents, partners, and that we bring to you a plan that will allow students to be granted the right to have safe and supportive campuses. So I am going to spend most of my time in this presentation just going over what the comprehensive school safety plans entail, like what the sections are for part 1 and part 2. And then at the end, I have a fabulous team of site administrators here with me if you have any questions about part 1. So part 2, just as a reminder, will be answered in closed session because that is the tactical non-public section. But we will have our administrators in closed session for that as well. So first, I'm going to share the plan requirements and then the components of the plan, and then we'll get to the questions. So every K-12 school must have a comprehensive school safety plan with those 2 parts and developed and reviewed by the site safety committee. And there is a deadline, a timeline for adoption. So the plans need to be adopted by March 1st and presented to you in the fashion that we're doing so tonight. Part 1, the public document, contains general information, not confidential information, and that ensures transparency for any member of the public. The plan, part 1 plans get posted on our website following adoption. So it's really about ensuring the community that we have key safety procedures in place. Part 2 is more technical. That is the confidential, detailed portion of our plan that contains information that is intended for anyone who is participating in emergency response. And this is why this is not publicly available, because it could compromise the safety of our students and staff or any members who are on our school campuses if our tactical portions are made public. Part 1 has 6 main components. The first 3 are school profile and mission. The second is safety strategies and programs. And the third is emergency preparedness and response. So again, this is general information, overview information about the specifics of the school. As you are very well aware of, we have different populations that we're serving and very specialized programs that we're running. And so things of that nature would be in the description about school, the demographics, and what we're doing to ensure a safe learning environment for all of our students and staff. The safety strategies and programs are what are we doing to prevent and intervene? And then emergency preparedness is how are we practicing our Big 5 safety drills? How do we ensure good communication and coordination with our emergency services? And then part 4, safe school environment, dives deeper into some of our site-specific policies. So what do we do when there's a visitor? How are we ensuring that visitors are checking in? What are our expectations for codes of conduct? How are we handling discipline? The 5th section, communication and collaboration, is exactly what it sounds like, pretty straightforward. So how we are informing our interest holders of our procedures and safety measures. And then how are we partnering with all the different entities that are part of ensuring our safe and supportive school campuses. And then the final is the annual review and updates. So it outlines the process for reviewing and updating the plans annually and documents the educational partner involvement. Part 2, so I'm just going over what's included, no specifics yet. Part 2 has our emergency response protocols. So it really outlines the step-by-step procedures for how we respond in an emergency. You'll see, and we can discuss more in closed session, that there's a list of roles and responsibilities for different actions that need to be put into, I was going to say actions that need to be actioned, but the who does what in an emergency, I guess is the best way to say it. And then as well as contact information. So anybody who is on that plan, their contact information is listed. The second part is the threat assessment and crisis management. And so again, very specific guidelines and procedures for how we respond, what our teams, how we constitute our teams, and then how we're getting messaging out, so the confidential reporting systems. The next section is student and staff safety procedures. And so thinking through all parts of the day across all school and campus environments, what are we doing? How are we handling things that might come up that are unexpected or unauthorized? And how are we training our staff and students for these instances? The next section is incident reporting and documentation. Again, pretty straightforward description. How are we documenting and keeping record of our safety and incidents? How are we investigating? How are we looking back at what's happened and using that to identify gaps and then put some measures in place to fill those gaps, including any of our record system management. How are we compiling and analyzing all of that? And then finally, it has coordination plans for our law enforcement and first responders. So all of the different agreements that we have with the local authorities and communication protocols when there is an event on campus that requires that collaboration. And then, sorry, the final two are recovery and post-crisis support. So this is what we do after, because an event is a very specific, an incident in a time period, and we have our crisis protocols for that. But then there's the what do we do afterwards to support the community. So there's information about how do we resume normal operations? How do we support anybody who's affected and impacted by that incident? And then what are the measures that we are using internally to do that debriefing process and identify things that might not have been had an opportunity to be spotted without that incident happening, so that we can strengthen our plans. And then the drills training. So the annual training for all the different drills, staff professional development, and anything that requires updates following learnings from those drills. So that is my part of the presentation for what's included in the plans. And I know you have the copies of the plans for all of our school sites. So I'm going to ask our administrators to come up in case you have any site-specific questions that they might have more information about, so that you can get a comprehensive answer.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Trustee Lev?
The plans are essentially the same, right? There's a comprehensive for all of our programs, because there's a student threat assessment in the Ann Campbell Center, and they don't really do threat assessment at that age, that process.
In the part one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so there's a lot of standardized information in part one, so that if we do need it, I can't imagine doing a threat assessment on a young student, but there are standard pieces of information that are guided by our board and superintendent policies that are included in part one consistently across all of our school campuses.
Trustee O'Neill?
So this is the school safety plan for our sites, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Has there been any action by the County Office of Ed for, it was last year or the year before, we had a tsunami alert on the coast, and it was like a mess, okay, because people didn't know where their kids were. People didn't know where to go. In some cases, parents picked up kids, went home, and their home was in a worse threat than if they stayed. Has there been any efforts to try to communicate with parents of the populations on the coast, or even the low-lying bay, to help those districts deal with that issue with parents and evacuation, in addition to the fire issues on the coast?
So for this particular item, it's just regarding what we're doing for our school programs.
Right.
We do have the Safe and Supportive Schools team that supports the districts. And so I wouldn't be able to speak to specifics about that, but I know that they do support the districts with all of their comprehensive school safety plans and review each one and work collaboratively. So someone might be able to speak better to that than I am. But yes,
Okay.
that is a service that SMCOE offers.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Chris Schaus?
Thanks. I know we're on our specific piece, but to answer your question, yes, actually, Becky Steffen, as well as Mason and the Department of Emergency Management have worked through tsunami protocols, including where those lines actually exist along the coast side. So they've been in contact. This also went through our Coalition for Safe Schools so that all of the superintendents and districts are aware of where their area is, and then proposed messaging as well. And I think Becky may actually be online this evening. Does not look like she is, but again, yes, this work did take place. We partnered with the Department of Emergency Management to make sure that those lines were updated and that staff had information, specifically with Cabrillo and Pacifica. But yes, all of our sites are aware now of what the protocols will be.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Trustee Arias?
Thank you. I appreciate this presentation today. And my question is related with communication and collaboration. How schools inform student, parents, and staff about the safety concerns. What has worked with the parents at the court and community schools related with communication and collaboration with them?
Thank you for the question, Trustee. We have actually a very effective communication process with our parents and guardians. We have a bilingual parent counselor who is in communication with them, with parents almost on a daily level. And typically our communication is either through, you'll have to forgive me, our talking points, just so that we have documentation and data points for when we communicate with families, but also texts and phone calls as well.
And are these bilingual, English?
Yeah, my bilingual parent counselor is the one who communicate typically with my parents.
Which would be what languages? English and?
I'm sorry, Spanish.
And Spanish. Okay, thank you. And so with that said,
and the Talking Points platform translates for us.
Okay. Is there any time that you have seen or hear concerns or follow-ups or, situations where they're consistently, even though you're saying you communicate, but is there any follow-ups where the parents continue to be concerned about any type of situation within the school or even just, as we're talking about like safety?
Not in my 6 months.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And I'll share historically, I think the move to talking points was a really strong recommendation because not only does it translate into multiple, over 100 different languages, but it sort of acts in like a texting modality. And so earlier, when we were using Blackboard, that would send text, but it wasn't two-way communication. And we would send out emails or surveys, things like that. And we wouldn't get the same level of engagement. With talking points and then also utilizing our bilingual family counselor, we're finding that it's very quick and easy for families to respond. And so we're getting, over the past several years, we've actually had an increase in communication with our families. So that's been a really helpful tool.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Trustee Benini?
My question has to do with the specifically the lockdown drills, and I know it's in part 2 and I'm not asking for specifics, but I am curious if based upon doing these, it could vary at different sites, right? With different ages of students. But if we have taken steps to make it less traumatic for students, because that's a really hard one. And if that kind of happens continually, I don't need the specifics. I'm just curious. I'm assuming it's on the radar, but I just wanted to say it because I was doing those last year and it was really stressful for young kids. So probably for older kids too, but.
I'm glad you asked. And I'll speak very generally, but and we can go more into depth in part 2, but we ensure that our practices are trauma informed and developmentally appropriate. And so we can go through more specifics about how we ensure that across the different populations that we serve, but it's very much on our minds and part of our planning process. And Becky Steffen, who Associate Superintendent Schaus mentioned, in addition to helping our districts, helps us. And that was something that she was also very mindful of. So I know that it's advice that's going out to the districts as well.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? I have one question and one comment. So as my time as a principal, I know we had Parent Square, and it's hard to get all parents on the platform. Do you know like the percentage of families that are on the platform for Talking Points?
All of our families are
Oh.
on Talking Points.
That's
Yes.
amazing. That's huge, guys.
Yeah.
That's huge. Thank you.
Oh, I thought you said no. I was like, no. Yes, all and I think we learned a lot during the pandemic about how to support families who don't have easy access to technology or who aren't very tech savvy. And so I'm sure that there are parents, I know that there are parents who were helped by school staff in signing up, but that was very critical for us to make sure we had 100% participation.
Amazing. Thank you. And then my comment was just a huge appreciation for the recovery and the aftermath. I'm just making sure that it's not just done and left, that in case there are students who need more support, that's being done. So thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the public?
I see no raised hands.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the non-tactical portion of the 2025-2026 Comprehensive School Safety Plans for San Mateo County Office of Education student programs?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Is there a second? Thank you. There's a motion to approve the non-tactical portion of the 2025-2026 Comprehensive School Safety Plans for San Mateo County Office of Education student programs made by Trustee Alvaro and a second by Trustee Arias. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion passes with a vote of 7-0, and the non-tactical portion of the 2025 to 2026 Comprehensive School Safety Plans for San Mateo County Office of Education student programs has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. For item 7, the board will move to closed session. First, for item 7A, we will hear a report from Sarah Notch, Executive Director, Educational Innovations, on the tactical portion of the 2025 through 2026 Comprehensive School Safety Plans for San Mateo County Office of Education student programs. We will remain in closed session for item 7B, Interdistrict Attendance Appeals 26-1A and 26-1B, filed on behalf of students currently residing in the Cabrillo Unified School District, but requesting to attend school in the San Mateo Union High School District. Before we transition to closed session, are there any comments from the public on these items?
I don't see any comments.
Thank you. Upon conclusion of the closed session items, the board will return to open session to report on any actions taken in closed session. Thank you. For item 8A, the board has returned to open session to report on actions taken in closed session. For item 7A, the tactical portion of the 2025 through 2026 Comprehensive School Safety Plans for San Mateo County Office of Education Student Programs was approved by a vote of 7-0. And for item 7B, for IAA 26-1A and IAA 26-1B, the board voted to approve both appeals by a vote of 7-0. For item 9A, Sarah Notch, Executive Director, Educational Innovations, will present the 2025 through 2026 Local Control and Accountability Plan, also known as the LCAP, for the mid-year budget expenditure report. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening. So I have what I hope will be a very quick but clear presentation, unless, of course, you have any questions, and then happy to go into depth. And I have a fabulous backup team here if it gets too much into the fiscal weeds. So what I'm going to bring you tonight is I'm going to share information about all of our different funding sources, where we are with expenditures at this point in the year, so that you have a picture of what we have left versus what we budgeted. And then so that you understand the what's happening with the funding, I have some information about key actions in the LCAP that the funding is attached to, so you know how we're allocating money to things that result in student services and progress. And then we'll take any questions that you might have. So I'll start with, we have 4 different funding sources that go into the LCAP. We have the local control funding formula, federal, state, and local dollars. And so you can see in that right-hand column, this is a breakdown of the percentage that each of those different funding sources accounts for within our LCAP. So that's not expenditures to date. That's 43.83% of our funding comes from LCFF, for example. And then our total amount of funding is $3.46 million. And then this is information about how much we've spent. This is as of December 31st, 2025, getting nods from my business partners. So this isn't to date as of this date, it's the till December 31st. And so in each of those funding areas, we've spent the percentage in the right-hand column. So a little over 31% for LCSF, 58% for federal, and so on. And then you can see in that bottom row what we've budgeted versus our total expenditures as of December 31st. And here's how it breaks down in goal lines. So as a reminder, our LCAP goal or the overall goal has metrics and actions. And the actions help us achieve the metrics. And then attached to the actions are expenditure lines. And so if we're looking at how are we allocating money towards staff salaries, for example, we attach those to specific actions within the LCAP to show how we're funding the staff, materials, whatever it might be necessary to carry out those metrics. So you can see most of our allocation is in goal 1. And then this is our 12/31/2025 expenditures. So we're under 50% for everything. So we're in a very healthy place right now in our budget. And to go a little bit more in depth, so looking at goal 1, 73.86% of our budget is in goal 1. And what that is attached to are several key actions. So enhancing the academic and intervention support. So this is largely staff funding. So we have to have staff to help with enhanced academic services, monitoring and measuring student engagement. That's not only staff costs, but also training. And then parent and caregiver engagement helps to foster culturally and linguistically inclusive and supportive school climate. And so those would be things like our bilingual family counselor, or it could be our Talking Points app. So anything that allows us to provide the access to those action lines are tied to the budget. And then 3 more for goal 1, the individual learning plan monitoring, academic interventions, and credit recovery. So in order to sort of realize the expected outcomes in our metrics, we have to make a plan for what we're going to do and then put our resources behind that. And I'll do the same for goal 2. So goal two is our social emotional learning goal. So around positive behavior interventions and supports, social emotional learning. So we have PBIS implementation, campus climate and culture, and engagement and belonging. So for the last 2 specifically, you'll see the bullet there, develop monthly campus events aligned with the CASEL framework to build a positive school climate and culture. So that's funding not only for staff, but also funds that allow us to do events together that help build that community. And then same thing in 2.6, the engagement and belonging. So it's workshops or opportunities for school-based activities, things like that that can enhance the families and community partners' sense of belonging and engagement in our school programs as well. And then goal 3 is our career technical education goal. And you'll notice that's a very low percentage of our budget. And we'll just point out that we do have grant funding that offsets the cost of those programs. But some specific action items for goal 3 that are attached to LCAP funding. Providing the A through G approved CTE instruction, so expanding our course access for students, enhancing our facilities with materials and not supplies, but what's the word I'm looking for? We put a sink in so that we could do some of the patient care. We have a refrigerator that we added so we can refrigerate the pig lungs when we talk about a smoker's lung versus a healthy lung. So things like that we need to enhance our facilities. And then staff capacity building is professional development and teacher credentialing opportunities. And then finally, goal 4, that's the lowest portion of our LCAP funding allocation. And that's because in large part, goal 4 is also attached to the Safe and Supportive Schools Department with the work that they do to support districts. So this is the extra area that county offices have and priorities. And so the work that we do as a county office supporting districts is not captured or no funding is allocated in our LCAP. That's a separate budget. And then looking at our overall allocation, when you take all of these pieces together and look at how we're funding the actions needed to meet the metrics for the goals, 65.84% is certificated staff. 18.44% is classified staff. So you can see the vast majority of our costs are in staff costs, like salary and benefits. And then we have a small percentage in independent contractors. That's our partnership with Effective School Solutions for a mental health clinician. And then materials and supplies is 6.59%. So overall expenditures, we have spent, the right-hand column again is the to December 31st date. So you can see that we're also in a very healthy position right here. We're not anticipating any concerns with going over budget or not having funds to achieve what we need to for the rest of the school year. And with that, I will take any questions and might throw it to Minette and Eric if
Thank
you
you.
have detailed questions.
Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Love?
Yeah, I just had a question, sort of the reverse of what you were just saying. It was about 1.2 million of the 3.4 or so. So it's not even half. It's like a third. Right. So are there things that you're expecting to purchase, or since most of it's salaries, do you already know what that is? So just curious.
Yes, thank you. That's a good question. That's pretty predictable, the salary costs. What we're looking at right now is continuing our facility enhancements project, specifically with furniture and different things that will allow students to have not only accessible options for seating, but also thinking through the structural pieces that we need for moving into some of the extensions of our CTE programming. So if we look at the year 3 goals in CTE, adding additional courses, thinking through what those might be, and then making sure we have the materials and furniture for making that possible.
And that's all work then to be done from, well, 2026. Okay.
Trustee Gerard?
Mine is not a question, it's a statement. And I want to let the board know, because I know several of you will be visiting Gateway Campus soon, that if you go in the lunchroom, all of the goals are on posters with all of the components listed underneath. And on there are Post-it notes written by teachers on how they're coming along with each one of those goals. And so please make sure you go in the main lunchroom and see that, because it's really educational and helpful to see what each individual person has written. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you for mentioning that.
Thank you. Trustee Benini?
Thank you. I wanted to just say a statement too, sort of, not really a question, but now that we have two liaisons for the LCAP, Beverly and I, and so I'm just looking forward to learning what we do in that role, because I've not served in that capacity before. So I'm sure there are opportunities to engage, and we look forward to hearing what they are.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from the board? Trustee Arias?
Thank you for the explanation. So for me, I'm just like she said, I'm kind of like learning about it. So about LCAP and the budgeting and all that. But in this very last one, when you talk about, or I guess it's also overall in your allocation goal. Yeah, your overall allocation. So the LCAP budget plan for materials and supplies is a certain amount, right? And I can see that, wait, that's connected with 4, this page. The 15, it says materials and supplies, 227,999. So that's what you expected for the school year.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And then percentage of total LCAP budget plan, 6.59%. That's the allocation. And then what's been expanded, I guess, is 2.95, 6,733. That's what is up to now, like the first semester. Is that?
Yes. So on slide 15, where it has that 6.59%, that's representing the percentage of our total budget that was allocated to materials and supplies. And then if you look at just that amount, the 227,999, we've spent 2.95% of that to date. And that's because we had access to some one-time funds to do our first round of facility upgrades. And so we were able to utilize those. And so we haven't spent as much as we thought we would need to.
Okay, so it was supplemented by something else, not meaning that you didn't buy the materials and that you were expecting to buy.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. And then can I, so then in goal number 1, you have action 1.4, parent and caregiver engagement. Do you have examples of the things that, the money has been spent on for that specific action?
Yes. So a big portion of that is our bilingual family counselor, our Talking Points app that allows us to have that text-based communication with families. And then any school events. So I know that Principal Siam is in the process of planning an event for families to invite them to campus. And so if we're doing catering or if we're bringing in any, professional development or not professional development, but parent education, and we need to pay for that, those funds would come out of that. They would be attached to that action.
Was any of that last semester done? Any events, any inviting families coming to the campus or?
They would all, for Gateway, they would come to the campus when the student enrolls. And then they also come to the campus when a student exits for the family meetings, unless they request to do it on Zoom because of their schedules. And then at Hillcrest, we had the event where the families came in for the showcase in December for our CTE programming up there. But he's looking into an event sort of like a barbecue or something like that where they can gather together.
Yeah, and I think mostly because it's culturally and linguistically inclusive and
Mhm.
supportive. So I would imagine an event that makes them feel they belong and all
Yes.
that, right? But it didn't happen yet, and it's being planned for this semester.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
And so up to this date, it's been things like engaging via talking points and the bilingual family counselor calling
Okay.
and yes.
Wonderful. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Other comments or questions from the board? Any from the public?
No, no raised hands.
Thank you. There is no action to take on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
For item 10A, the public hearing on the power purchasing agreement between the San Mateo County Office of Education and Peninsula Clean Energy is now open. Would anyone like to speak on this issue? I am seeing none, so the hearing is now closed. For item 10B, the board will discuss and act on the ratification of the power purchasing agreement between the San Mateo County Office of Education and Peninsula Clean Energy. Deputy Superintendent Chavez.
Yes. Good evening, Board President Torres, members of the board, and Deputy Attorney Cho. So this evening, we're bringing to you the ratification of a solar power purchase agreement, a PPA, that was entered between the San Mateo County Office of Education and Peninsula Clean Energy on November 18th, 2024. In your packets, you have the full agreement that was also reviewed by a third party, ARC Alternatives, a renewable energy consultant. And so to summarize the PPA, Peninsula Clean Energy will install solar arrays in this building at 101 Twin Dolphin at no cost to SMCOE. We added some pictures for your reference. Some of the panels will be at the roof, on the roof of this building, as well as out here in the front parking lot. The arrays would result in the production of clean energy and long-term service benefits to the environment and SMCOE. Energy costs for SMCOE at this location would be fixed at the current rate for 20 years. And there would be an estimated savings of 1.6 million, assuming a 4% PG&E infrastructure increase. So as we were working through the agreement process, it seemed that the agreement would fall within the purview of the county superintendent's authority, but particularly because there were no capital outlay required of SMCOE in the installation of the solar arrays. However, after further review of Government Code 4217.12-A and consultation with Deputy Attorney Cho, there is a section that deals specifically with energy conservation contracts, which makes it a requirement to bring the PPA before the county board for consideration and approval. So this evening, I respectfully request for the board to consider this PPA and the value benefits and savings it offers SMCOE. We believe that this agreement is a great opportunity for SMCOE to move us toward sustainable clean energy without capital outlay, and with considerable cost savings to the County Office of Ed. It is also important to highlight that this work is in alignment with our strategic plan's core values on environmental sustainability. And we respectfully ask that you take action to ratify the PPA between SMCOE and Peninsula Clean Energy. Joining me this evening is Ron Soper, Director of Sustainable Construction and Facilities, as well as Ross Fisher from Peninsula Clean Energy. And we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Trustee O'Neill?
This is kind of petty, but as a former school bus driver, a lot of the solar panels in school parking lots, the buses cannot drive under. Are these going to be, I know we don't get a lot of buses here, but it would be nice that a school bus could drive underneath it.
Yes, I think they were intentionally placed. So the entrance to this parking lot, they wouldn't be obstructed, as well as entrance to the further entrance to the property, so they wouldn't be obstructed. And then the others are on the roof.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Trustee Love?
I just want to say, excuse me, that it's terrific that the county office is finding ways to put money back in programs and not to PG&E as planned. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Trustee Bonini?
I think it's great. I'm glad that we're doing this. But I would be remiss if I didn't just address the contract issue just a little bit because that's important to me. One thing I'll just note, I know we're correcting the fact that we didn't have a hearing and we didn't do this. And so I'm not calling it out necessarily. I know things happen and there's oversight. But I've raised this in every forum we've been talking about in terms of making contracts and things that are going on in the county office like more visible to the board. And in this specific instance, it was a unique time period in which we didn't have the same counsel as a county office, which is unusual because the Ed Code suggests that we do. So anyway, I just want to make sure that we highlight the fact that that is a good thing if we know what's going on, because not only if whoever is representing us or however that's proceeding, or that we might have a question, whether there's a cost or not, I think it's just helpful. So it's just an example. But thank you for bringing it back. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yes, Trustee Love?
I just had one question. The NEM 2 credits expire April 2026. Are we okay with making that deadline? I assume so, but so that means this will all be up and going by April.
Right now, I met with Ron and with Kevin Baltimore, who was not able to be here this evening. There's a lot of work that has been in progress that has been made. Right now, it looks like, yes, we're within the timeline. So that's another reason why it's a reason why we needed to bring it to you as soon as possible, in addition to correcting that misstep. But yeah, it looks like we're on timeline.
Trustee Gerard?
Yeah. When I was reading the letter to Ron and it's describing the project, somewhere down the line, can we see actual drawings of where it'll be and what it'll look like? And
there were 3
is it in?
pictures.
Did I miss it? Oh, I did. I missed it. I apologize.
No worries.
I did not go back far enough. That's my fault. I apologize. Oh, yeah. Okay. Because it said it'll remove trees, but it'll replant and all that, which is, I'm thrilled about. Whenever anybody says they're going to cut a tree down, I'm a tree hugger. So I'm sorry, I did not go back far enough.
No
I thought I finished reading my board packet. Clearly I didn't. So anyway, thank you.
Other comments or questions? I just have one. So I know there's no cost right now, but just want to make sure I read it correctly and heard it correctly, that after 20 years, we would have to purchase something or no?
That's a good
Or something after 20 years. I can't remember. Sorry, it's late.
Oh, that would be the cost savings. Yeah.
Oh, I think they want.
Yeah, energy costs. Yeah. Come up, Ross.
Hi, sorry. Thank you.
Hi, members of the board, Ross Fisher, with PCE Program Manager. The Office of Education can elect for us to remove the system entirely, or you can purchase the system at that point at fair market value, which is a third-party assessment of the value of the system. We estimate that to be around 5% of the original cost of the project, so it's a fairly negligible cost. So those are the 2 options that the Office of Education would have after the 20 years. I'm sorry, there's a third, or the option to extend it another 5 years, the power purchase agreement. So any of those options are available at year 20.
Got it. Thank you. Trustee Daniel?
And at year 6, I should say, we can purchase the array at fair market value. That's evaluated and appraised by an independent third party person.
Does this allow for, because when I was on the city council, we installed solar panels at the sewer plant. And after about 20 years, we actually upgraded them. Is there any feature in this agreement that as technology improves, that either you or we have the opportunity to upgrade the equipment to current technology, whatever's there?
So within the 20-year term, we have a production guarantees for the actual energy that's generated. That would be without upgrading the solar panels. But again, at that 20-year mark, if the Office of Education did want to purchase the system at that point, you could decide to upgrade the solar modules. The steel structure for the carport will definitely have a lot more life in it, as will the racking system for the roof. So that is a possibility, and we're starting to see projects that are nearing that end of life, that 20-year mark. Mind you, those solar modules are warranted for 25 years, and that's a power production warranty. And we are seeing modules actually degrade less than what the actual specifications sheets specify. But long story short is within the PPA term, we're keeping the original equipment as it is warranted for the 25 years. But should the Office of Ed own the project, you can absolutely elect to change the modules out in a future date.
Thank you.
Trustee Benini?
Oh, is there an estimated current fair market value for the installation?
2.4 million approximately right now.
Trustee Alvaro?
Thank you. I have just two questions and they're both about maintenance. So 2020, we had the unbelievable horrendous fires and everybody that I knew who had solar panels had to have them cleaned. And I understand that that should happen on not just waiting for a fire, but periodically. So who's going to be taking that responsibility?
So this is a guaranteed project, meaning that there's guaranteed performance criteria built into the project, not just on how it's built and delivered, but how it's maintained over 20 years. So there'll always be guaranteed performance. So if there's a compromise because there's dust, then that will be maintained by Peninsula.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question had to do with the roof. So I don't remember how old our roof is, but it isn't brand new.
Yeah, we have what's called a thermoplastic roof, which is a very good single-ply roofing system, and it's ideal for this installation. This is going to be like a aluminum metal substructure. So even if the panels go out after 25 years, we can replace the panels. And even if the panels go out over in the parking array in 25 years, we can replace the panel because the substructure is going to be fine. It'll last 100 years.
So that's wonderful. My question was more about what if we need to fix the roof?
So the system is mechanically attached to the roof. So we're going to be cutting into the roof and attaching to the substructure of the roof, and then applying a patch at each location. So that patch is heat welded to the thermoplastic roof itself. And it's a fantastic installation. Is that
I'm talking about roofs get old.
So this
What happens when
this
we
roof is a great roof. They call it a Class A roof. It's a really wonderful roof. It's really designed well to be suited for this type of installation. So if we have to repair our roofing system, the solar array as it's designed is elevated off the roof, so you can replace the roof without lifting off the whole solar system.
That was my question.
That's your
Thank you.
question. Okay.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
There was a roundabout way to answer that question.
Other comments or questions from the board? Any from the public? I am seeing none. Is there a motion to approve the power purchasing agreement between the San Mateo County Office of Education and Peninsula Clean Energy?
Oh, Mr. Board President, it's
Oh,
ratified.
yes.
Ratified.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
I grabbed the wrong script. There we go. Is there a motion to ratify the power purchasing agreement between the San Mateo County Office of Education and Peninsula Clean Energy? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion to ratify the power purchasing agreement between the San Mateo County Office of Education and Peninsula Clean Energy made by Trustee Love and a second by Trustee Alvaro. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion passes with a vote of 7-0, and the power purchasing agreement between the San Mateo County Office of Education and Peninsula Clean Energy has been ratified. For item 11A, the board will receive the initial proposal for the California School Employees Association, Chapter 158, to the San Mateo County Superintendent of Schools for the 2025 through 2026 successor collective bargaining agreement. This item will be brought back at the February 18th, 2026 board meeting for a public hearing. Tammy Moore, Associate Superintendent, Human Resources, is available to answer any questions the board may have.
Good evening, very late evening, Board President Torres, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Chavez. You have before you the initial proposal from the California School Employees Association, Chapter 158, to the San Mateo County Superintendent of Schools for the 2025-2026 successor collective bargaining agreement. And I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any comments or questions from the board? Are there any from the public? Thank you. There's no action to take on this item. For item 11B, the board will receive the employer's initial proposal for the San Mateo County Superintendent of Schools to the California School Employees Association, Chapter 158, for the 2025 through 2026 successor collective bargaining agreement. This item will also be brought back at the February 18, 2026 board meeting for a public hearing. Tammy Moore is here to answer any questions the board may have.
You also have before you the initial proposal from the San Mateo County Superintendent of Schools to the CSEA Chapter 158 for the 2025-2026 successor collective bargaining agreement, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any comments or questions from the board? Any from the public? None from the public. Thank you. There is no action to take on this item. For item 11C, we have superintendent's comments. Deputy Superintendent Chavez, do you have any comments to share?
I do. I have a couple of comments, brief comments. I'll try to make it brief because it is late. So a few months ago, Superintendent Mickey did share that the San Mateo County Office of Education was selected to be the host county office for the 2026 CISC Symposium, which will be held in Monterey the week from February 18th through the 20th. And the Curriculum and Improvement Support Committee, CISC, is a committee of the California County Superintendents. The SMCOE team has been working diligently for the last year in preparation for this conference. We're very excited that as a host county office, we will be in the educational spotlight at this statewide event under the leadership of Executive Director Jared Prolo. Again, the team has been working hard in organizing this event, and so we're looking forward to being at this with our colleagues in Monterey for that week. Obviously, I'll be here for the February 18th meeting. I also want to direct your attention to these two cards that were placed in your red folders. They are it's information on our Seeds to Solutions curriculum. This is a curriculum that was developed by SMCOE staff in collaboration with 10 Strands with funding from the California Department of Education. And so we're very excited that we're continuing the rollout of this curriculum. We'll highlight and present the lessons of the curriculum at the CISC Symposium at the end of February. And the lessons really is to engage students in building their knowledge around sustainability and environmental impacts as it relates to food waste, water use, wildfires. So it's a very interactive curriculum that we're very excited to be part of. So more to come on that. And all of this is it's under the leadership of Julie Hilborn, our Director of Environmental Literacy and Sustainability. And then finally, I would like to close with acknowledgement to Superintendent McGee's retirement announcement. It's been an honor to work under her leadership, focusing on students, families, and community, especially the ones that need it most in our county and abroad. I know that there's been interest has been expressed in terms of celebrating her retirement and acknowledging her legacy. So I'm happy to collaborate in that space in any meeting that you all agree that we would do that. And so it's been an honor working under her leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. For item 12A, when an ad hoc subcommittee meets or a representative attends a meeting related to their given assignment, board members may choose to bring a report to the board at this time. Would any board members like to report out? Trustee Lev?
Yes, so on the advocacy subcommittee, we have a meeting next week, but we also, as I had shared previously, had worked with Senator Brecker's office to send a letter to the legislative analyst's office, and we just heard back and have a meeting next week with the legislative analyst's office to discuss that proposal. So that's an update. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee O'Neill.
I was just going to also update, the advocacy subcommittee met with Berman's office, Wiener's office, Stefani's office, and Pappin's office. That was everybody, right? I think, yeah. That we met with them, and we actually had some support from at least two of them. I think actually sounded kind of enthusiastic and wanted to take a bite of the apple. So that was really kind of nice and good. So now we're having a meeting to discuss what's the next advocacy we're going to do.
Thank you. And would any questions for that subcommittee? Any other subcommittees that would like to report out? Trustee Bonini?
I would like to report out for the budget subcommittee. We met on January 12th as a committee of just the 3 committee members from the board. And we discussed some pending issues surrounding budget and tried to just reflect some of the priorities and share some of the priorities that we've been hearing be raised. And so that was in preparation for meeting with staff, which we then did on January 28th. And that I think went fairly well. It was a lot of sharing of that. I still owe the attendees our list of things. Apologies. But we had a conversation around how we can engage with the budget process and plan for the study session that will come up later in April, and share the priorities that we're seeing as for the board at this time, so that we can understand if things are being done in some way that we don't know about, how that might be allocated through the budget process, and if we can make any impact on that, then we want to have more discussion. So that was a great meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for that subcommittee? Would any other subcommittees like to report out? Are there any comments from the public?
No comments from the public.
Thank you. There is no action to take on this item. For item 12B, board members will comment. Trustee Alvaro?
Just a couple things really quick. I did attend the Capital Advisors Budget Workshop on Zoom a couple weeks ago, and I'm going to hold all those comments to the next meeting. I just want to say I'm glad we have such robust reserves. I wanted to congratulate Gustavo Canales on his retirement. He's been with us for a very long time, and I always appreciated his quiet, pleasant, professional presence. He just got things done, and just seemed to think that it was no big deal that he did all these amazing things. He just did them. So I want to congratulate Gustavo. He deserves a retirement. And then I wanted to congratulate Remit for being Employee of the Month again. I had the opportunity, as many of you know, to work with George for a couple of years up at Glenwood. And I was just always impressed by the extra, I was going to say extra mile, but that's a bit of a pun because he runs long distance. The extra effort he went into always making the boys feel like they were engaged. Because he was basically teaching special ed. He was RSP. And he started a cross-country team that he coached because he thought that would, be good for the boys. And it was just the kind of thing that George always putting together. So I loved working with him. And recently, some of us were up at Hillcrest, and we were able to meet Peter, who is a paraeducator up there. And Peter told us that he has been so impressed and inspired by George that Peter's going back to school to get his teaching credential and become a special ed teacher. So, that's just the kind of person, that's the kind of teacher George is. I'm not surprised to hear what he's doing with the young kids. So I just wanted to congratulate him. That's all I have.
Thank you. Trustee Arias?
I want to second that. As a special education teacher, I think what he said, and now that you mentioned that, I'm very happy to hear that. I'm going to try to read very brief because it's 11. I do have to say that on January 29, my son graduated from the fire academy, and he's now a firefighter at the city of Palo Alto. So it's personal, but I wanted to share that with everybody. We're very proud of him. And then on January 31st, I attended our San Mateo County Board of Education training retreat. There was a lot of important conversations, but what I took back with me is that trust is very important to move forward as a board of 7 individual trustees who care about San Mateo County students. So I'm just very happy that it happened. I'm very happy that I was able to participate. And I look forward to continue those conversations and that we have more of those opportunities. And today I volunteered and attended the Korean Community School Teacher Appreciation Luncheon also. So for the first time, second time at Gateway campus. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Benini?
I want to start by thanking the 17th District for organizing the luncheon today, and also my fellow board members, Dev and Edith, for also joining. It was a really great time, and I think that it's just a nice thing that's been happening for a very long time for the teachers and staff, and so it's just nice to participate. So thank you to everybody who helped with that. I wanted to also appreciate one of our noted retirees, Julie Neisted. She was, I guess, with us since about 2018. But I think every time I visited, I think the last time I saw her in action was probably at Camp Kemp, teaching English. And I just wanted to appreciate her and wish her well. I also want to note, so let's see what else. The SMCSBA, we have our 3rd quarterly meeting coming up next Monday here. And we will be addressing, for our topic, will be literacy strategies for middle school and high school, and reading gaps with students at those ages. So it should be really insightful. I think we'll have some presentation from San Mateo Foster City School District regarding middle school. And we're still trying to fill out the high school piece, but I think it'll carry over. And then aligned with Deputy Superintendent Chavez with the Seeds for Solutions, our 4th quarterly meeting, just so you have it on your calendar, it's on April 20th. And Julie Hilborn will actually be presenting to all the district trustees and us. And Patricia. Are you helping organize that one, Patricia? Yeah, she's on board, so we're good. Okay, and then finally, I just wanted to, I know we don't have our future agenda items and things like that on every single agenda, but just in terms of one of the requests, I just wanted to highlight it and hope that it comes up soon because there was some more activity around it. So we've had a couple of reports from the JJDPC, and I know it might be on the list for getting an update. I also serve on the county program committee. It has an acronym, I don't know what it is, for CSBA, and also I'm on the AEC committee for this year. But I had a good conversation this week about the relationships and the things that JJDPC is doing along with us and all of our other community partners, which were highlighted by the conference that the JJDPC put together in January. So I mentioned it and, just like getting those conversations going. And it was sort of a conversation about, how could we all be involved in maybe helping the rest of the state understand that at potentially CSBA conference or something like that. So it's really important work that's going on. So I just look forward to it. And so I just wanted to give it another little plug for it. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Love.
Thank you. I just want to echo the comments of Deputy Superintendent Chavez about Superintendent McGee. Just amazing superintendent and even a better person. I also want to celebrate George and Gustavo. They were real fixtures and still are. It's amazing how many different jobs George has had here at the county office. I also want to share that I visited Redwood City Together with Ian Bain and learned about their Promotores program, and which is funded in part by a grant from United for Youth, which is a program that the county office co-leads. And you have some information in your packet, but I thought one of the statistics that was interesting is that 9%, almost 9% of the youth, I think 16 to 19 years old in North Fair Oaks are either not in school or not working. Like that number is way higher than any other place. And so it's just, they're doing really important work trying to give youth from that community roles to play, paid roles, connecting them with other people in their community. So it's a really neat model. It was nice to learn about it. And I shared some information on that. And I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. My son is a promotor with the program. Yes. So it's an amazing work that's being done. Trustee O'Neill.
I'm proud to announce that the Pacifica School District has awarded the contract and started their 45-unit housing for staff. And one of the trustees sent me a video of the first tear down of one wing at the school, which was kind of cool. It's been a long time coming, and it started. We also just got, I will let Beverly sell it because she did it, but we also did just get invitation for the Oceana High School senior evaluation. And it's really, if you want to see something that's really cool for what your seniors can do, sign up. If it's okay, I will send the form to Jennifer for distribution to everybody. And it's the kids from freshmen on start working on a senior project, and then they have to give a presentation of, I think it's a half hour, 45 minutes, and they're evaluated by that. And it really is something to see some of the subjects these kids pick. I mean, it's like, whoa, I don't even know what they are.
Thank you, Trustee Gerard.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you for all the reports and information we received this evening. It's been a long meeting, I know, for everyone. I also really want to recognize George and Gustavo. I've especially worked with George a lot, or visited mostly his classes, and was always inspired by him, no matter where he was. And clearly, he's well loved, and I just know he's going to do an amazing job. And I hope Gustavo will enjoy his retirement. It's well deserved. I was really pleased with the retreat that we had last Saturday on the 31st. I felt like hopefully we're moving in the right direction as a board. And I think that anytime we can all meet together and be honest and open and discuss what needs to be discussed is very, very important. I also was part of the luncheon today. I brought my lasagna, and it was so gratifying to see how appreciative the teachers and staff were of just providing a lunch. And not that it's easy. It was a lot of work to put together, but they deserve to be noticed and appreciated and praised. And if it's a lunch that'll do it, then we'll do another one soon. So it was really very nice. I totally enjoyed it myself, and I really encourage all of you to get in there and see those charts that are in the lunchroom. They're wonderful. I was very excited, like Mike said, to receive my invitation to the senior project review. It's amazing. It was my first time last time. Mike got me involved, and boy, I told him, I said, you make sure I'm on that list this time. So anyway, I'm really looking forward to that. And last but not least is tomorrow, ACCBE is providing 2 workshops, one at noon on a deep dive on court and community schools, and another one at 7 p.m. for special education. And there are some amazing speakers for both of them. So I really, really hope that you can still go into the website and sign up, or email Debbie Moss, MAUS, and she will send you the Zoom link. But really, really outstanding people. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Just gratitude and appreciation for the staff. Thank you. I know it's been a long day, but just every day, like even past this and working with our subcommittees and just everything that you do to support us in our roles. So it doesn't go unnoticed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will end it now so we can go home. So item 13 is our adjournment. The next regular meeting will take place on Wednesday, February 18th, 2026 at 7 p.m.